Hello. It's that time of the night again. Um, where I sit here for a few hours and act silly in front of a camera and hope nothing explodes. Jokes aside, good to see everybody. It's starting to get way warmer here again. Um, yeah, I guess all that snow that we got over here, kind of doesn't mean much. It was like there for a few days. It was really cold. And then like I don't even think we got like at most we got like maybe an inch over here, but like they were hyping it up to be like this wicked snowstorm that ravaged through the entire weekend. And I was just like, bro, cuz like when it hit, I was running errands, as one does. And it was coming through, and it made the roads really bad to drive on. And I mean really bad. It was like, I was like, oh god, the horror. Car almost slid off the road, but hey, I survived that. We're here. And we're gonna play a video game about capturing monsters in ball-shaped capsules for our combative enjoyment. Alright. So we're gonna get right to it. Okay. The nun still hangs out on the home screen. She's just kinda chilling now, She's kind of mellowed out. She's got the electric lizard looking at her, all ready to pounce, you know. One day, one day I shall engage in gladiatorial combat with the nun. One day. Yes, we know this is presented by Game Freak. They do such a wonderful job with their games, and and there's never any problem with them ever. Of course, when I say there's no problem with them ever, I mean there's like problems. No, earlier before while I was getting the stream ready, I was like, I saw that Game Freak was trending on Twitter, you know, and curiosity got to me. I'm like, okay, what are people saying right now about our favorite monster fighting game? Um, well, nothing crazy. Just like I saw a clip of some guy who had like he had it running on an emulator, uh Pokemon Scarlet to be specific, like Scarlet and Violet, and he had that running at 4K 30 FPS after running multiple patches through it, which just makes me wonder why Game Freak hasn't done this sort of thing themselves. But again, absolutely nothing wrong. See, at least this game had some wonderful stuff going on. Also, can I just put out a hot take and say that I really don't like the art style for the main character of Scarlet and Violet? Oh, Wednesday. Okay, cool. I probably won't be able to watch it, but I'll definitely be looking out for news. Remoraid. This is a water type, and it wants me to use Charge Beam. Alright, no. You know what? That's fine. Yeah. It's just, like, with everything that I do, I usually forget to. So I just look out for the news instead. Alright. Ah, there we go. And it has Charge Beam, ready to go. But no, the fact that someone had, like, a clip of a patched emulator version of Scarlet and Violet running at, like, 4K 30 FPS with, like, actual working shadows and everything. Like, that's what Game Freak's games could look like if they actually gave enough time for the games to fully develop. Instead of, like, pushing them out like they're hotcakes. I shot it with one shock laser and it ran away. Yeah, well, at least they made it easier to do that this time around. Instead of, like, where you have to wait for that specific time of the day. Or if you're someone like me, I had to suffer because I played Moon and Ultra Moon. So the time was, like, absolutely reversed. So, like, the time for it before was, like, between 5 and 6 p.m. But with Sun and Moon, like, because Moon had reversed time, well, not reversed time, just, like, opposite time. So it was, like, night during the day and day during the night. Like, you had to wait till, like, 6 in the morning or something to even get a, Dusk Lycanroc if you didn't want to mess with the clock. And then and it was a recurring problem with Sword and Shield as well, because that game also ran off of the timer of the console that it was running on. But with Scarlet and Violet, what they did was just add a day-night cycle that transitions on its own, which was probably the best thing they could have done. Because it makes getting stuff like Umbreon and Espeon and just anything like that a lot easier. Because, like, for someone like me, I play a lot at night, because that's when I'm awake. So, like, it's harder to get stuff like Lucario or Espeon. So having the day-night cycle be there in Scarlet and Violet is a bit of a blessing. My god, I do not like Remoraid. Like, I just can't get a good hit in. This Remoraid is absolute garbage. Is this the thing that evolves into the octopus? Into Octillery? I forget. Okay, so this is Octillery. Hold on. Let me get this straight. You're telling me that this rinky-dink tiny little fish here, when it evolves, becomes a giant octopus. Excuse me, but what the fuck? I already don't care enough for Remoraid. I'm just doing this out of obligation to fill out the decks, but like... that evolution is so random. That's like telling people that Pikachu evolves into Rayquaza. It makes no frickin' sense at all. Oh hey, it's a Drifloon and it's daytime. You know what that means. Got red-handed. My god, Remoraid, how are you avoiding that? I was gonna say, if that killed Remoraid, I would be so disappointed in this little fish. Be like, you mean to tell me the fish can't take a hit from a baby balloon? One of the biggest bruh moments of this entire stream. Okay, that would... because if that's 2 levels per thing, that would make that 9? Maybe? Seeing it use Ice Beam. Do I even have access to Ice Beam on this thing? Why did I expect that I would? I hate this fish. I really hate this fish. Like, if there's anyone watching that loves Remoraid, more power to you. You know, it's like, there could be worse Pokemon. It could be Magikarp. But this thing really sucks. No, you know, Remoraid into Octillery makes about as much sense as a Digimon evolution. And, those go absolutely insane. Nope, time to use Charge Beam 6 more times. And that is why I hate Remoraid. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That'll be all for this week. Yeah, I'm just gonna get away with doing that. At least it pogs when it does that. At least we have that much on this fish. Okay, so I just gotta use... So I have enough to do it with just agile style attacks. And I feel bad for these Pokemon. I'm just like hitting them on the back of the head. Yeah, it's a level 11 Starleaf. Surely you can take that. Ran away, you mean like it rolled away? It would be funny if it actually rolled out. You're like, nope, I'm out. All of a sudden, that heavy metal rolling song just starts playing with the sphere rolling around. Quillfish is next. Okay, Quillfish! Quillfish I can live with, because all I really need to do is Shrunk Style Barb Barrage a few times. Also, I don't know who's heard this story, but my first ever shiny in any Pokemon game was the original Quillfish. Like before Hisui. And this was back when I played Pokemon Y. I just like encountered this thing while fishing randomly. And it was like, oh hey, cool, a pink Quillfish, that's kinda neat. So I caught that. And funny enough, my first shiny in this game was a Quillfish. History repeated itself, and I'm just like, you kidding me, right? Also, hi, welcome in. Ow, my ankle. Oh yes, the Chatot that could. I got so many Shellos in here. Wait, no, that was a Quillfish. I need you. Come back. And I should have an Overquill, so I don't really need to evolve this one. Lol. You have the letter P on your fin. Does that mean poison? Oh my god, stupid fish. Alright, it makes sense in the water. Also, the way you're looking at me like that is really weird. Please stop. I am wildly uncomfortable. But, like, it's swimming like this on land. It's, like, floating there. Like, at least with Magikarp, it has an animation for when it's on land. But for that? Okay. So he's just gonna use 2 more strong style moves. Not much, just me training. Well, not really training, I'm like completing certain tasks. This fish pogs at your death. Yes, a cat with a springy tail. The way Quillfish looks at me is just like, what are you looking at? You looking at me, bub? I swear I'll poison you. It'll look like a bloody fucking accident. How did you survive that? Oh dear God. Sphale is mad. I don't know, I prefer shiny Hisuian Quillfish. At least it's silver and blue instead of black and... I want to call that magenta? That's magenta, isn't it? Wait, was that? Yeah, okay, so that is one of those elevated ones. Mantike. Oh, for fuck's sake. At least I can use Water Pulse, right? Mantine's gonna be a pain, but like... At least Mantine has stuff I can do, but... Mantike? Remember when Mantine surfing was a thing? Hell, remember when Mantine had a Remoraid strapped to its fin? See, at least Mantike into Mantine makes sense as an evolution. But Remoraid into Octillery just does not make sense to me. You had food. There, I helped solve your problem. You had food. I would hope so. See? At least Mantike is smiling. Even on its back. You're a happy little guy, aren't ya? Mantike is so positive, you see it smiling when it's coming and when it's going. I might actually have to go into the water for this one. Oh, why did it run away? I was smiling. Meanwhile, still off to the side, I'm always smiling, but I don't give them the chance to run. This is my water deer. See, it turned into a fish. A fish deer. No joke. The first time I saw Basculegion's design, I thought it looked like one of those fish from the Wind Waker. The one that, like, gives you your map. Because it kind of looks like that. Just kind of. Hold on. Let me pull up a frame of reference here. Yeah, I don't know his name, so we'll just call him Mapfish. We'll open the image as its own thing. Alright. Now, this is Basculegion, alright? This lovable fish friend here that we're riding on, alright? When I first saw it, I thought it looked kind of like this guy. It kind of looks like this guy a little bit. It looks a little bit like him. How I move my model? Well, that's an excellent question. I'm glad you asked. I have software on my PC. It's called VTube Studio. It's free on Steam. But if you want the watermark taken out, you'll have to pay like $15 for it. And what that does is it connects to your webcam and will tie it to a model and basically track your facial movements. So like, the camera I'm using is not the best in the world, but it's tied to VTube Studio, and it watches me and all the movements. What file type is my model? That's a really hard question for me to answer. Let me see if I can... Right, because you can't use a PNG for that. A PNG is a still image. Like, you can use a PNG as a reactive image if you wanted to, like, be a PNG tuber. I'm trying to figure out how I can open my File Explorer without doxing myself. Ooh, idea. Hold on. Alright. Because I know for a fact this is probably gonna dox me if I do that. Alright. So we're gonna... Live 2D models. Okay. So... Here in my VTube Studio, I have live 2D models. This is just like the assets within the VTube Studio, like, software files. So like, you go into VTube Studio data, there's streaming assets, then 2D models. So like, this has every model that I have on VTube Studio, including the ones that come with VTube Studio. Alright. So... Like, the texture files, they're PNG files, but that's, like, for the rigor. But a lot of the, files that I'm looking at for, like, my expressions and stuff, these are, like, JSON files or MOC3 files. These are files that you don't really open in File Explorer, because, like, it won't open to anything that can view it. But, like, I think the model itself is MOC3. But, like, a lot of the assets that are there are, like, the JSON files. And when I say JSON, I don't mean the name JSON, I mean JSON files. This doesn't... Okay, so this doesn't really have anything that can, No, because this is what I'm looking at right here. This is everything for... This is everything for the model I'm currently using. That's everything for it. Upload a file to VTS. You have to take the files. Like, okay. When you have the files, oh, come on. I was about to get into the technicals of this here. No, you know what? I'm gonna explain anyway, for anyone that's interested. Because, what Steam does is it makes a folder for every game that you download off of Steam. Alright? And that keeps an eye on, like, your game files and stuff. You know, stuff that everybody knows, but VTube Studio has VTube Studio data, and then streaming assets, then models. So, like, up here, there's, like, common files, there's VTube Studio data, streaming assets, live 2D models. The live 2D models folder here, this has all the models that come with VTube Studio, and then what I do is I'll get a file, like a folder from, like, ArtDad. He'll send them to me, and I'll download them, and then I will copy-paste them to this folder, so that when I have these here, what I can do, alright, if I open up VTube Studio, I have all this stuff on the side here. I have all of these here, alright? Now, a lot of these are just the ones that come with the software. There's the one I'm using right now where the frog head's at. And, then there's this one. Yeah, we know how this works. But, essentially, you just use your mouse to, drag it around and stuff, and it's already on there. God, I have not used this model in so long. Hi. But, because those are in the folder in the File Explorer, VTube Studio detects them as models. And, we'll let you use them. Of course, OBS is having a freaking panic attack right as I'm trying to explain this. Oh, well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I will definitely be passing that information on to ArtDad as well. It does this for every freaking model I have to load up. But yeah, you just basically put them in your file directory. Oh wait, no, hold on. Boop, there we go. God, it has been so long since I have used that model. OBS has actually calmed down now that I've stopped doing that. I'm wondering if it just doesn't like that. But yeah, you just basically download those. Like, you have to get them from... Like, I get them from our dad. He sends them by, like, it'll be, like, Google Drive. And then I can just, like, download them off of that. And then I just put the folders in that file directory. And then I just have access to them. Like, I can open them as my model within this software. But the thing is, you have to have a camera on and actively tracking your face for it to track and move. So you do need a camera. That part's required. Give me a swig of water after that. That's about as best as I can explain that. I'm sure there are people out there that could explain that way better than I could. But that's my understanding of it. There's also the whole deal where, like, when you get a new model, and this is the case with this model and my OG model, where there are settings within VTube Studio that help it track your face better, so you have to mess with the settings a little bit. Like for this one, I really had to mess with some settings just so I could actually blink. Because the webcam I'm using is not an iPhone, which is really good at face tracking. Honestly, the only reason I don't use an iPhone for face tracking is because I don't have one, because I can't afford it. Because I think, like, the iPhone that a lot of indie VTubers will use, or just a lot of VTubers in general, they'll use, like, ones that cost almost $1,000 just to get good face tracking. And, like, my camera is like a simple Logitech webcam. It does its job. It does a good job. I don't use it for anything other than streaming. Which, you know, that's fine. Okay, now I actually have to catch a mantine. Alright, mantike. Hopefully that explanation helped your sister understand a little bit better as to how that works. It is a bit complicated. Wait. You're telling me that in order to get mantine normally, I have to have mantike and remoraid in my party? Oh my god, I cannot avoid this stupid fish. I have to use the fish. Well, I'm happy to help. If it's something she's interested in, I will say it's not something you go into lightly, because the investment window for that, like, alright, the PC I'm running on is between $2,500 to $3,000 brand new. Alright, that's just brand new. Then you gotta run monitors, and that could be a couple $100 a piece. I run two, because, you know, I like to have a separate monitor where I can look over and look at my chat, and then one where I have my game going. There's also the matter of proper lighting. I have a ring light that I use to light up my face. And, like, well, what might help as well, if she has a webcam, make sure she has proper white light on her face. I don't know if, like, yellow light will work as well. I just have a white light on my face, because that's brighter. It helps the camera see my face. There is a setting within the thing, within VTube Studio, where you can turn on a webcam, and then it'll bring up a little display that, like, shows how it's tracking your face, and you can calibrate it with that. It was that easy. I know VTube Studio can be a little bit more fun to play around with. It's like, I'm guilty of playing around with VTube Studio a good bit. Like, before I even debuted, and I had my model ready to go, I was just like, I was all over just using that. Because I was like, oh, hey, this is so cool. Like, the first time I got a model, it was the most surreal feeling ever. Having something that tracked my face and would move with me. Oh, you lost your back smile. At least you're still happy. Now, what do you require? Air slasher double... Why double edge? What? I'm so confused. And of course, you know, no surprise, I don't have access to double edge. Hi, Hellfire. Hope I'm doing alright. I just got done with the technical explanation as to how VTube Studio works and model stuff. Um, honestly, and this is directed at KDZ. For your sister. If she needs, there are likely tons of guides online that you could like look up, like Google or YouTube, where you can have it explained. That could probably do a little more justice than I was able to. Because, like, I didn't go in with a guide on how to use it. I just played around with it and figured everything out. But that's how I learn how to use things. I gotta get my hands on it, you know? Yeah, that's right. Mantex, no, Mantine. I love how it's moving its fins up and down like wings. That's really cool. I'm curious. What does Shiny Mantine look like? Oh, it's just blue. Like, it's blue. It's blue. You see how blue that is? That's cool. That's so blue. I love that. Like, it's already blue, but it's more blue. Okay, well, you have fun, and hopefully your sister is able to figure stuff out. I definitely recommend looking up guides and stuff online. And, best of luck to her. Okay. Now I kind of want to see if I can shiny hunt Mantine. Like, it's not even in Scarlet and Violet. I just want to shiny hunt it. Just because it's so blue. It's so blue and beautiful. Mantine is a Pokemon that, like, I'll occasionally forget it exists. But when I remember it, I'm just like, dude, this thing was actually really cool. It's so blue. Okay, that's... So I think I gotta use Agile Air Slash a few more times. If my math is correct, that will get me up to where I need to go. We go off into the water. Kind of makes me wish Mantine was in Scarlet and Violet. Whoa, what? I hear that music. I heard that. I hear it. Oh! Here, let me get off the mantine. Yeah, you got this, Mantine. That was a critical hit. Yeah, a couple more air slashes and it should be okay. It's no double edge. Distortion. Oh. Right on the beach, too. It's a beautiful rainbow bubble. I kinda wish I could ride around on Mantine. That would be pretty cool. Like, Mantine surfing was cool in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but that's not riding it, that's just... you're surfing. Oh boy. I really don't care for Tentacool. Oh boy, and it gets worse! Oh well, at least there's the penguin here. I think I gotta evolve that so I can get Prinplup. But otherwise, oh, I don't even have the alpha? Bro. Missed opportunity and a half. I'm like a ninja. You don't see me. Oh, I actually played Unite for the first time in like forever the other day with Miser and the guys. I picked up Sylveon. I feel like Sylveon's pretty crazy. You touch the fur, that's it, you die. Jesus. It goes so hard. What a weird way to listen to this song. The big boy. I don't know why, but listening to some of the background music in these areas sounds kind of like it's being played over a really crappy intercom system. Ooh, I get to work with Finneon, though. There. No, let me climb on this. There. No. There we go. You son of a bitch. Yeah, because that totally makes sense for how feet get planted. That totally makes sense. I don't want your spoon. Go away. Tests. I mean, if the game wants it. That move goes way too hard. There we go. No, hey, Cheebs is online. Nice. Oh. Oh. It was very rude of them. I don't get it. What are we hyping? Big Vaporeon! No. No, let me have this. Oh, that's way too much heat. Alright, we're trying this again. You son of a bitch. That Vaporeon was like, nope, haha, I'm gone now. I don't think so. The 3 spoons. Wow, you didn't get me. Good job. You ever think that Magnet might get stuck to itself? Well done. Ah, ankle's acting up a little bit. You want to see my Pokemans? Okay, well, let's hope it has what I need to get it taken care of. I think real quick what I can do is look up what it does, like what its evolution is. The shiny looks kind of wicked though. Okay, so level 30 is its evolution. We are looking at a level 28. Oh, okay, so it just has 2 levels and then it's fine. What are your tasks? Bubble, defeated with electric, just being defeated. We're gonna bubble everything. Bubble it. Ugh. Bubbles. My bubbles. Alright, well I guess we better go out in the water and look for some of these. I swear my ankle only ever acts up when the weather shifts. Because, like, I think tomorrow we're looking at well above freezing. Like, I think, like, they said my area was gonna get as high as 50 degrees. But, like, it still likes to be a pain. It's just a bunch of puffer fish. Oh, that's a big mantine! I want the big mantine. Oh, you sassy shit. I like the glowing red eyes. Like, it looks really cool when it's in the water. Then it's just like you see the glowing red eyes staring at you from under the water. You know this thing isn't messing around. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, hell yeah, let's go. I don't even care if it was a shiny. It's an alpha mantine. It's just big mantine. Big shallows. Oh, you came back. Big. I just caught a big mantine too. I want you. Easy. And to see big Pokemon, I want it. So that reminds me, did I finish? Okay, yeah, I did finish Dusclops last time. Well, it's fancy seeing you come back. You done cooking already? I'm kind of curious what you made because I am curious. Ooh, sounds fancy. Oh no, a random Remoraid is mad at me. Really? Well, that's interesting. Oh, hello. I don't have room in my satchel, for a Pecha Berry. That's alright, I don't need another Pecha run. Not after the trouble I went through on the other one. Wrong game. Did my bear just walk on water? Like, I know it's on the raft thing, but it walked on water. My bear is Jesus. It is the legendary Jesus bear. Or anything Jesus can do, the bear also can do. Ooh, are you an alpha? Oh, jeez. Okay, never mind. Bear wanted that thing dead. Oh, hey, another alpha. Alright, let's not kill this one, alright? Alright, bear, do your stuff. Are you done? There we go. Ooh, there we go. That works. I want to see my Pokemans. Alright. So Hydro Pump and Agile Style. I should turn in some of these tasks and see, like, how far along I am, but I kind of want to do more of this. There's a big guy. Alright, well, I guess I'll have to use the Agile Style move separately. The way it looks at me. Here we go. Alright, so now I just need to use a few Agile Style moves. All them tentacles. I'm sure any number of jokes could be made about the tentacles. Alright. Oh, that's a big cat. No, dear God. Alright, cool. Oh, hey, Celio. You see Leo. Alright, getting you might be a bit of a challenge, but I'm up for it. I think up next is Finion. But I kind of want to check back and see how I'm doing. 3 alpha water types. Almost there. Wait, this thing is 17 feet tall. Alright, cool. I had an Alpha Vaporeon. Yeah, I wanted another. Alright. Get you on the party. Alright. Let's see Finion. Ooh, I kind of like the shiny for this. It looks like Neapolitan ice cream. Level 31. Well, let's go put this stuff in the item storage. No, I didn't want that. I wanted this. Alright. Just like that, we're back over 200,000. Okay. This will just probably be when I evolve anyway. After all the fish that cats eat, the fish fight back. Bunk the mic again. You. That I had to use a bubble. Never specified on what. Get more bubbles. Right, I need to see if I can get your level up. I cannot believe that worked. Wow, you're mean. Still does not mess around. Alright, here we go. Alright, Luminion has... Well, I got the one cap. Just Agile Silver Wind, I guess. Not my fish. I must steal the fish. No, what's funny, recently I looked at like my channel statistics, and there's a category on there that shows like what categories my viewers also watch, like, okay, like what games and stuff are popular among my viewers. Apparently, I don't know who, because it doesn't say, but apparently my viewers watch a lot of Pal World streams. Thought that was like a really interesting thing. Because like according to Twitch, that's like really popular among my viewers. Not sure if I'll try it, but you know. I haven't tried Pal World. I kinda want to, because like, you can customize your character in that. And I've seen some really cool characters come out of that. I'm sorry, you give me like any game with character customization and I instantly want to try it out. Because my Wolfy brain will look at character customization and be like, I can put myself in this game. Okay, so one more Agile Silverwind. But yeah, I do want to try Pal World at some point in the future. I'm just kind of waiting to see if they'll put that on anything other than PC. Just to see if they'll do it. Oh no, that's guilty by association. Like, I know the other night, like, I raided someone who was playing Genshin, but, like, she also played a lot of Pal World on her channel. And that's how I've been consuming Pal World right now. It's basically through the eyes of another person entirely. Yeah, I've been watching some Pal World streams on my free time. Not that big of a deal, is it? I'm just curious about it, so I'm just like, yeah, I'll watch that. I'm sorry, I saw that you could also ride a dinosaur while firing rocket launchers off of the back of it. And I'm immediately interested because that is chaotic and I love it. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Alright. Why does the weird middle evolution have such weird tasks? Like, yeah, I can just use liquidation a bunch of times, but like, what a random assortment of tasks. Ooh, okay, well you let me know how that be, alright? Ugh. It was a little much for that move. Okay, next is the Piplup line. Jeez. You want to see my Pokemon? No Pangy? I do not see Pangy. Where is the Pangy? Oh. Literally right there. Alright. Alright. So I gotta use a bubble on you a few times. Well, good thing it has bubble. Yeah, so just use bubble several times and then see about evolving it. Ugh. Actually, here's a bit of a question for Pokemon experts here in the chat, alright? I had a couple of outbreaks in Scarlet over the last couple of days for Mankey and Primeape, alright? No, nothing too super out of the ordinary with it. Oh, another space-time distortion. Ooh, way over here. Yeah, I'll do it. But, like, I don't know what it was, but whenever I tried to go after Mankey or Primeape in that game, they wouldn't spawn at nighttime. And I've been looking everywhere to see if it's a daytime only spawn, but it doesn't say that it's specific to daytime or nighttime. So I'm wondering if that's maybe a glitch or something? But I want to make sure I know for sure. So does anyone know if, like, Mankey and Primeape are daytime spawn only? Because if they are, it makes sense, because that's how the game treated it. Versus giving me them at all times anyway, which it didn't do. No, if there's anyone that can figure that out for me, I would really appreciate that. Because, like, it had me scratching my brain a little bit. I'm no expert on Pokemon spawns or anything, but I'm wondering if Mankey and Primeape are daytime only. No, because no joke, it drove me nuts the other day. Trying to figure out if it was like a daytime only spawn. Because Cerebi doesn't have any answers for it. No, I've tried Google, I've tried Cerebi, I've tried Bulbapedia. None of them have an answer to my question. So I'm wondering if someone in chat would know. And if you know, that's fine. I just find it really crazy how the game is treating it like a daytime only spawn. Yeah, because all those sites will say is, oh, it just spawns in this area or that area. And, like, that's fine to know where it spawns, but when I'm dealing with an outbreak and it's not showing up at night, that puzzles me. Like, I understand if it's a ghost-type Pokemon, and it only comes out at night, because that's, like, almost all ghost Pokemon. But Mankey and Primeape really shouldn't have that issue. Especially since every source literally says, hey, it can spawn at night. Yet the outbreak will spawn none at night. No, and I will check it again. I will check it again. I'll even check Cerebi, because we're going to go with the BDSP version. Yeah, literally nothing on here says daytime only. Yeah, it's really puzzling because, like, to get it to annihilate, you have to use Rage Fist 20 times, which, that's easy. You just go up to a Lechonk and do absolutely no damage while trying to hit it for 20 turns. And then just, like, finally KO it and leave. There's, yeah, there's nothing on here about whether or not it spawns only during the day. Which again leaves me kind of wondering, like, what's going on with that. Like, does it just not exist at night? Does it go to bed? um, I think I'm gonna go on a quick break. Do some stretching, do some other things. I'll be back in like 15 to 20 minutes. And we'll play more of this. So don't go nowhere. And good night to you. Yes. Okay, Wolfy is back. Let's get back to the game. Hello. Alright. Okay, so it is picking that up. Good. Right, now it says that my Pengy boy here can evolve. But I want to make sure I have enough stuff done before I do that. Of course, I could go find the wild ones and just either catch more or feed them food. That could be easy. I am just a ninja. A ninja with glasses. Alright. I heard something. Oh. It's a chat hut. Very lightning-y out here. Oh, hey, it's the sun. That's always cool. Is there just a big duck out there? Yeah, there's a big duck. Yep, knew it was starting. I heard it. Well, hello. He's just like bum 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 bum. God, I thought I was done for there. Oh, you're in the way. Oh, damn. No, be nice and get in the ball, okay? Oh my god, this poor Eevee. All that preparation and he still died. Oh, hello. Alright, looks like I'm doing pretty okay. I got a pretty good haul going. Oh, hey, there we go. And just like that, I survived. Yeah, let's evolve it. Why not? Gets Prinplup going. Okay, seen it use Roost. Really? That's all you want it to do? Alright. Yeah, so just give one a bit of food. Funny how it learned that move pretty much immediately. Okay, let's see if I can make... Ooh. I mean, hey, that's more money for me. Okay. Where's something to go after out here? You'll do. Bruh, come on. Hit me. Hmm. Come on. There we go. That's what Wolfy wanted. Well, alright then. Alright. Heal you back up. Trying to figure out the math here. That might actually be enough already. Gotta get to where the Empoleon's at. Alright, it's go time. Also, that level. Well, there we go. Let's go. Oh, where did the Piplup spawn around here again? Was it like over there? Easy. Okay. Not the only Pokemon with Hyper Beam. Okay. No, one more time for good measure. Alright, let's go get that Empoleon and see what we need to do with him. Ooh, strong style hydro pump? But yeah, I can do that. That's easy. That's a cave entrance I'm not looking to get into quite yet. Yeah, I want to swap out here. Yeah, just for Sill's sake. Okay. I love that animation. And that special attack stat's gonna make it really good in fights. Okay. I'll give that to you. That way you're a little bit closer. Hold on, just gonna... Then I might save for Akatori, I don't know. Because he's been sitting out a good bit again. It's the sun. It gives all the light. Alright, we are now deep in volcanic territory. This game's version of Death Mountain, basically. Oh, no need to thank me. I just randomly found it sitting around. No, I will not let you get away with seeing me. Yes, the Magmar. Okay. Let's yeah, let's go back there, rest a bit. The Molten Arena. Oh, hello. Is that a big Magmar? Yeah, that's a big Magmar. Oh my god. Really? Are we really fucking doing this? That's so stupid. Let me in there. I want to get in there. Okay. Yeah, let's check. Let's check in. See how we're looking. Alright, well I guess I'm done with Empoleon. Now I gotta get you up to a mag mortar. I think I have a magmarizer. Ooh, yeah, I have like 3 of these. I think I only need the 1, but yeah. It just works like a firestone in this game. I love that. What is mag mortars? Oh, so just use flamethrower. Okay, got it. Flamethrower, fire blast, and strong style move. At least this one gives me an option on moves to use. Wow, 9'5". Ooh, a big beefy boy. He looks like a big happy boy. Alright. Gonna fire a big gun. I forget because I faced off against the Meg Mortar during the main story. So, like, it counts anything that I've done around it as, like, completed work. Oh, hi, welcome in. I'm gonna blast you. The way it just looks at me. Putting that move in strong style always goes so extra. All rested, happy, and healthy. Okay, what else do I need to do with you? I need one more fire blast out of you at least. Magmortar looks so extra, though. It's really funny. Oh yeah, I'm having a pretty good time. So far, yeah. Oh. Yeah, I think Magmortar's done. I don't have Arcanine quite yet. So maybe just get some... Get me big doggo. Yee. I want to see my Pokemans. Okay, so I need to find one of my Growlithe. I wonder if I have an Alpha Growlithe. Just big dog getting to be even bigger dog. I gotta figure out how to finish Magby. I'll take a look at its thing in a sec. Ah, here we are. Okay, neither of you are Alpha? This is fine. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna give Akatori this. And I think both of these will do. That way he's not, like, left out. Yeah, there we go. So I need you, and I need a Firestone, and then I need to see what move or task I can do for it. Yeah, I think I just need the one. Because it should work just like regular Growlithe. Okay, yeah. We're gonna make it a big dog. That's Meg Mortar. I need you. Raging Fury, Flare Blitz, Strong and Agile. So, see, this is what I like to see out of these tasks. Options. Instead of this specific move, in this specific style, but oh, it doesn't have that move mastered, so I can't use it in that style, so you have to use another move in that style to get that up. Just a tad bit confusing. You do not have Raging Fury. Can I get Raging Fury on you? Yes, I can. Okay. Now, how big is it in this game? Well, about the same size as the one I have in Scarlet. You're a precious big boy. I think that's just with, like, move tutor moves. Like, there are Seeds of Mastery you can use to master certain moves, but I think it's specifically for move tutor moves. So, like, let's say Ryoko here, alright? Pretty much all but, like, maybe Dark Pulse and Bitter Malice here are moves that I had to teach it. And it mastered them because I gave him seeds to master those moves. I don't know if that applies to moves it learns by level up. Because I know it'll automatically do it as it keeps leveling up. Wow, that Tangela moved at like 5 frames a second for a second there. It's just a pile of noodles with a face. Or like one I had a bit of trouble with was Hisuian Typhlosion, because it wants you to use Infernal Parade. But when I got it up to Typhlosion, it did not want to learn that move yet. So I had to use, like, I think Flamethrower instead was another move it needed for a task. I actually really love Hisuian Arcanine. Type-wise, it isn't the best, but he looks like a big, lovable boy. He's every bit as fluffy and lovable as his Cantonian cousin. Yeah, I don't have access to Flare Blitz quite yet. What's nice with having a strong style and agile style task is I can just get both and it counts for it a little quicker. And then the ones with the red markings were like, it's double points. Couldn't even survive that on Agile Cell. That's kind of sad. Then again, it is a grass type. I feel like they made Hisuian Arcanine better in Scarlet and Violet like they did with a lot of the Hisuian Pokemon. Where they gave it Rock Head, so like it can Flare Blitz, it can Wild Charge, it can do pretty much anything it wants, free of recoil. Which is really good for a Pokemon like this, because you'd want damage output. I say this like I'm an expert in competitive Pokemon. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just talking out of my ass at this point. A doggy going after a kitty. How positively delightful. No Raging Fury? No problem. Like, I know Fire and Rock type isn't really great defensively, but, like, it's Arcanine. It's a big dog. It's a dog big enough to ride into battle. Just armor it up and ride it into battle like you would a horse. Okay, what's next? Okay, I don't have Basculation, but I do have Basculin, so I think I gotta get Wave Crash and do a certain amount of recoil with it before it becomes Basculation. That's my memory of it anyway. Also, Basculation in Scarlet and Violet is absolutely hilarious. Because they gave it adaptability and access to last respects. One day, you will be the bane of everyone's existence. But until that day comes, we Wave Crash. Yeah, I think it's like... I can double check real fast on that. But I'm pretty sure that it's just X amount of damage. I'll go look up Basculation rather than Basculin, just to get that specific evolution. Ooh, the shiny looks pretty cool, though. Okay, so this one was... Receive 300 damage and recoil without fainting. It says specifically 294, but 300 is a nice round number. Okay. I have no way of actually calculating that, so I'm just gonna go until the game says I'm good. Oh, nice. We're off to a pretty good start there. It's this thing in Overquill that have, like, the kind of weird evolutions. Where, like, you have to use moves X amount of times. That and Word Ear. But it's a really nice payoff. What helps is that this Basculin is like twice the level of everything here. I need to get more healing stuff for post-game. Yeah, this looks like the map fish guy from Wind Waker a little bit. Him and Basculegion. Man, what a hell of a time we've had today. We went from the happy, smiling Mantike to Basculin and Basculegion. I know the title says something about the Highland decks as well, but I'll change that when I go to upload the VOD. Because I haven't touched the Coronet Highlands at all. Yeah, see, there we go. Yeah, that should put me where I need to go with it. There it is. He looks like a really angry fish. Alright, Bascule Legion. Okay, so just more... Ooh, Strong Stone Wave Crash? Yeah, that works. I did say... Yeah. Lots of bees. A good bit of water right there. Oh, hey, a cat. You cannot run from the fish. This fish is mad. Yeah, that works. That math should be correct. Yeah, I think next is Overquill. And that's just more Barb Barrage. Yeah, there we go. You do not have Barb Barrage. Okay. Alright. That's quite a move. Ice Ball. Dark Poison type. Only good Dark type move that it has right now. Dark Pulse. Hold on one sec. And there we go. No, I'm pretty determined to finish the Coastlands at least. In order to defeat one with a water move, I'd have to find one. And there is one I can find. Man, if only Alolan Ninetales could learn a fire move, but it is what it is. We'll make do. Yeah, we'll finish Overquill. And then next is Drapion and Ninetales. And that should be the entire Coastlands decks. Should be. You know, until more post-game stuff happens. What are you giving me that look for? Distortion. Oh, it's over on Empoleon's side of the beach. That is such a weird cry for a Pokemon. Then again, it is an alpha, so it's gonna sound even crazier. Yeah, I'll have to fly over there pretty soon. Get whatever I can there and then finish what I can. I just fly over. Good day to you. Nah. All right. I see why Syl is higher level than everybody else, though. Because he got a lot of use really quickly. No, honestly, at this point, the higher his level is, the better. And that goes for all of them. Alright, this is another one I need to finish. And I could just give one food if I need to. I just need to find it. I may end up going over 4 hours a little bit, but you know what? It'll be worth it when I get this dex done. Okay. It looked like one of those holograms out of like Halo or something. Oh, there's always something out here trying to kill me. You want Death Laser? Of course. Alright, this has to be ready soon. Yep. I hear it. Hello. There's something over here too. Not the spoons. Okay. More shard. More shard, yeah. Whoa, you're trying to kill me there? Anything up here that I might have missed? Not you. So not you. Okay. Hey, no, move. I need to stretch, hold on. Ugh. All right. So I need to worry about Magby as well. I do have a... Do I have a water move on you? Oh yeah, I do. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go back, put everything away. Yeah, because we gotta turn around and sell those. I'd like to sell some things, please, good gentlemen. Not even 10,000 for any of that. Alright, so we go up here. I know there's an Alpha 9 tails up there. And then I'll look around for Magby and feed them these. Really sad that you can't fly over the lava like you probably should be able to do. Alright. That might be enough on that. You need either more ground type defeating or to use cross poison a good couple of times. Alright, let's go find Magby and feed it a few times. Kinda glad you can't fall in the lava, but like at the same time I will kinda wanna fall in the lava. I'll come out stronger. Come on. Could have sworn Magby spawned up here. Yeah, it only ever spawns out here. Alright. Like, I have Magby, but it really isn't gonna do much for me in the long run. Because they went like, okay, what kind of stuff do we give it? Nothing that'll help you. One is all I have. Its tasks are just garbage. Like, I guess I could try to use Flame Wheel on it to, make up for that. Does mine have Flame Wheel? Oh, hey, yeah, it does. Let's go. Alright. So using Flame Wheel even like 12 to 25 times isn't going to get me enough research points on it. Like if I max out the Flame Wheel one, I think mathematically that would get me up to level 8 for 25 Flame Wheels. Of course, I could always try to capture more, because that would be a little quicker than just, like, giving them random berries. Aw, Magby just wanted to make friends. That gets it up to 5. Like, if I do my math correctly here, I do one more task of Flame Wheel. That puts me at level 6. Then if I could find another one, give it food, and then capture it, then that would get me well over where I need to go with it. And then I just gotta focus on Drapion. See if I can cycle a Magby out of here. Cause I got one to show up earlier, it just ran off before I could do anything with it. Another one? Good God, man. You know, some of us have things we want to get done. Alright. I want to look it up real quick. Shiny is just orange. So I'm working with a basically a 4 to 7% chance of it spawning in good weather. Off with his head. Like, finding the Alpha Magmar earlier was pretty lucky. But then again, Magmar just spawns here all the time. I'm just gonna ignore that space-time distortion because it's just gonna burn through more time. I want to get this Magby done. Not seeing it. All right. Yeah, because using Flame Wheel isn't going to get me enough points towards its research level. Yeah, because that's going to get it up to research level 6. Alright. Yeah, let's go get Drapion real quick so I can finish it up. And I'll double check for Magby. Because with Drapion, all I really need to do is Frost Poison. Yes, just the move I was looking for. Boop. Black Auguryte. I got Black Auguryte before another Magby. I don't even need Black Auguryte. Okay, so for Drapion, I can use Strong Cross Poison, and it'll get up pretty quickly. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I guess I could just go with, like, I guess if my math is correct, just, like, 3 normal cross poisons will get me where I need to be for research level. I can go Strong Style to push me over a little bit, just to call it good. But we're really playing with odds right now when it comes to this Magby. As chances are, I might even find a shiny before the Magby shows up. Because that'd be about my luck. Oh yeah, I passed time, so the distortion's no longer there. Yeah, because Drapion should be able to handle it. pretty close to touching lava there. Okay. Yeah, that should do more than enough to get it up. I know that Obsidian Fieldlands, Crimson Marlins, and Alabaster Icelands also have the lake trio that I need to work with. That'll add to those. Yeah, because the Crimson Marlins has one of the lake trio marked on there as one I've seen but never caught. So at this point, I should be able to safely retire Drapion and bring out Akatori. Alright. Yeah, because I forget passing time will make the distortions disappear. Because they're basically fast-forwarding through time. Oh, that's a Magby. Okay, good. No, I can't let it see me either, because that's the kind of the point of getting it food. Alright. That went out pretty much without a hitch. I like that. I like that that plan pretty much worked. Alright. Yeah, that should put me over. That was like the last one I needed to do anything with. Look at how clean that is. How clean that looks. That's really nice to see. Finally, at long last, let's return to the village. We have been here for 4.5 hours. But we finished the Coastlands decks. So that's one more out of the way. That's one more. So next week I will definitely be touching the Cornet Highlands. And then the Alabaster Icelands. And then proceeding with story stuff. Well, that and I want to get the Unknown. I want to get Spiritomb. Make sure those are all good and out of the way. Been out for 4.5 hours and you just still don't have your stuff grown? Bro. Also, good day. Because I didn't do that earlier. Feels good to get that done. Alright, let's see who we can raid. We're gonna... There we go. I'm gonna close this game up. Oh, Splatoon's updating. Ooh, that's fun. Wonder if it's a balance patch or something. Kinda hoping. We'll be opening up Twitch. Trying to find a good one. Alright, I think this one lets me raid. We'll be raiding someone called Remy, who is going to be playing Pal World. They're just starting their stream. They're like 5 minutes into the stream. So, like, you know, we're gonna have some fun with that. Hopefully that lets me raid. Okay, do not allow you to raid at this time. Well, shit, never mind. Yeah, a little bit sad that I couldn't raid that one, but whatever. It is what it is. Anyone else playing Pokemon Legends Arceus? Alright, am I really the only one live with this right now? Like, I know it doesn't bring me up on the search. Unless it does. No, it does not bring me up on the search, even though I'm clearly, playing that. Let's check Splatoon. Okay, that one's not quite working out. Let's try our good old go-to Minecraft. Yeah, this one's adorable. I like this one. Alright, let's try raiding a little Sugoi. I hope I pronounced that right. Currently playing Minecraft. Gonna try that. Okay, this is intended for mature audiences and has follower or subscriber. Okay, so this does have a follower only chat. I'm sure there won't be too much on minding that, I guess. So, while that's getting all readied up, what was that? My thing dinged. Oh, okay. Never mind. Just Splatoon updating and doing its thing. Alright, thanks for hanging out. I'll be back on Friday. Not quite sure what I'll be playing yet, but, you know the deal. I'll probably have something readied up by then. So, stay safe and have a good one.